C'est bon? Ok, can you, vous pouvez mettre la présentation? Okay, great. Is it fine for you? Is it working? Can I start? And online, it's broadcast. Okay, great. Thanks a lot for joining us today here at Baku and online. We are going to talk about sustainable value chains and the way that developing institutions can work on the subject by having a closer relationship with international brand. So I will first do a quick introduction presenting the French Agency for Development. Then we'll do a case study showing how we see sustainable value chain evolving at AFD. And after that, we'll talk about opportunities. First, I will describe our new initiative, Impact Trade Partnership. And then we will have a panel with Vanessa from ITC, Mathilde from AFD, Matthew from World Economic Forum, and Jens from OECD. Okay? So let's go for it. First of all, you may or may not know the French Agency for Development, which is a member of IDFC. We are the French developing institution that works for development in the south. And we have three main areas on which we are working: planet, social, democracy. And we have offices in more than 100 countries and working in more than 160 countries. Now let's go directly for the case study. So imagine that you are a CEO of a textile industry in Tanger, in Morocco. Okay, so you are the CEO of these industries, and you are in 2019. You have a choice to make. Either you solve some environmental problem. Right now, you have wastewater that going directly in the environment. So your industry is polluting the water, and 200,000 wastewater treatment unit. And on the other side, you can invest in a 200,000 euro new machine that will help you reduce 20% of your costs and help you gain new markets. What do? Well, usually businesses in the south don't have many incentives to respect regulations because there is low enforcement. And so usually in this case, they just invest in the new machine to get competitiveness and get markets. Okay? So in 2018, we opened a credit line with Bank of Africa in Morocco, hoping that those industries would run to get money from AFD in order to invest in wastewater treatment plant. That's not what happened. We had to wait 2 years before the first textile industry would come and get a loan to invest in a wastewater. What happened after 2 years? What happened is that Inditex, one of the biggest textile company in the world, mainly with the brand Zara, came to Morocco and told all of its suppliers that from now on they needed to have, it was compulsory for them to have a wastewater treatment plant. And otherwise, Inditex would not order any more clothes from them. So it was a question of life or death for the industry, so they decided to invest in a wastewater treatment plant. So this unexpected synergy between the availability of the funding from AFD and the pressure from Inditex make it possible to have a wastewater treatment plant. But this was unexpected. And the whole goal of the new initiative that we are launching, Impact Trade Partnership, is to make it happen by talking, by combining Inditex and AFD, by designing programs together in order to open credit lines at the same time as Inditex or Decathlon or H&M is introducing new pressure on its supply chain. So what's at stake? We are, in the developing world, we are playing with such little amount of money. NCQG, climate finance, ODA is 1,000 billion. It's very small compared to international trade, which is 1/4 of world GDP. So we need to leverage. We need to build a systemic approach in order to leverage on climate finance, on ODA, and to use international trade to channel sustainable development goals in the world. So how is it working, supply chains? So we, the consumer, we are here, 7 billion people. We have our jackets, we have telephones, we have coffee, we have cocoa. So we are here, we consume a lot. And the impact are mainly here, in the mines, with the farmers. So, of course, there is some work here, and there is some money going down, but there is also deforestation. There is issue of decent work, low wages. And so it's rather hard for us to influence. But in this supply chain, there are a small amount of company, of actors, who have a lot of powers, and that is retailers, brands, and sometimes traders. And so we need to work with them because they have the power to influence their supply chain, because they choose their suppliers, and they are defining the specification for what they are buying. And why? I mean, they have the power. The company have the power. Why would they use it for sustainable development goals? For them, it used to be only cost and quality. They would delocalize and find a country, an industry that would be with acceptable quality and the lowest cost. So why would they do otherwise now? Well, first, in the 80s and 90s, there were some scandals. You may remember problem with child labor, for example, with Nike in the 90s. And then in 2009, there was a Rana Plaza incident in Bangladesh. So more and more reputation protection is an issue. It's a concern for brands, and they want to cover the risk by transforming their supply chain. Then, after that came consumer and investor demand. So for consumers, there is a small market, a small segment market for labels, for certification, fair trade, organic agriculture. So there is this small segment that makes an incentive for them to do something about the supply chain. More recently, the EU commercial policies have happened, and it has a huge impact on companies' motivation to do something, because they will have to report on it and prove that they are doing something. So the deforestation regulation and corporate sustainability reporting directive. And more recently, companies have also taken commitment, carbon pledge, saying that there will be net zero, for example, in 2050, and setting target, for example, through science-based targets, gets as close as 2030. So all of those pressures are making companies more concerned about the supply chain, and they are currently doing more and more to align supply chains with sustainable development goals. So how can the developing development world do something about it. I'm going to explain a proof of concept of this new initiative, Impact Trade Partnership, with what we are trying to do in Bangladesh. Right now in Bangladesh, it's one of the biggest countries for the textile industries. You have big brands like Decathlon, H&M working there. And as it happened, we have a policy-based loan ongoing with the state of Bangladesh, 300 million, and we are already working with them on wastewater regulation. So we have already a policy dialogue at state level. Our sister company, Baku, has also 3 clients. They are already lended 10 to 50 million euro to 3 industries in Bangladesh. And we are currently talking with Decathlon and asking them, do you have suppliers in Bangladesh that need financing? Because when we talk to Decathlon, they tell us, okay, we have high ambitions, but sometimes our suppliers don't have access to financing. And so that's what we propose to do. We propose to talk to Decathlon, to H&M, to identify with them in their suppliers if their suppliers need good money for good investment. And we are also working with coalitions like ZDHC or the French coalition ICS of retailers in order to identify also with them suppliers in their database and build technical assistance for the suppliers who are registered in their database. What more can we do? When the companies are big, Propaco can finance them if it's over 10 million euro. If it's smaller, if the company needs 100,000 euro, 200,000 euro, then we need to work with a local bank. So here it would be Bangladesh Bank, and we would open a credit line with Bangladesh Bank to finance the small and medium industries here. So this is the proof of concept that we are currently building on Bangladesh, and we hope to design such program in any other sector, in any other countries, based on a dialogue with the brands. We want to go in sectors, in countries where the brands tell us we want to work there, we need to finance the transformation of our suppliers in this country, in this sector. And so we want to have this dialogue with brands, but we also know that there are coalitions of private actors who also have a normative power. And we will also want to work with them. So we are already working with ZDHC, with ICS, but there are many other sustainability initiatives, corporate sustainability initiatives that we would like to, with whom we would like to engage and support. And so we will open next year a co-financing window to co-finance initiatives that would be led by a coalition of private sector. For example, in order to design new traceability for the whole value chain, or to prepare programs that will use the impact trade partnership philosophy, meaning that working together between DFIs and international brands. So what are the key takeaways that I hope you can memorize for this side event? First of all, I want to insist on the key normative power on the international buyers. So if we want to transform producers, productive system, they need to have business incentives. Second, have now a huge amount of pressure to channel sustainable development goals in their supply chains, coming from inside their own carbon footprint commitment and also from regulation issue. And so we have common goals, and so it gives incentives to work together. And so, as we have common goals, let's talk together and design program together. Thank you. Now we have an outstanding panel with whom I hope we can discuss, of course, impact trade partnership, but also would be very happy to know about how you are all working in such to contribute to sustainable value chains. So first of all, I will invite Vanessa to present the International Trade Center, which is an organization, international organization, which depends on the World Trade Organization and of United Nations Trade and Development. So I will give you the floor. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you very much, Damien. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. I listened with a lot of interest to the presentation that you made. And I found that there was a lot of alignment. We share many of the same networks, industry networks, many of the same ideas about needing to incentivize this transformation as much as we need to enforce the transformation. I think that we need to pay a lot of attention to incentivization. I spend a lot of time engaging and speaking with small businesses from developing countries, and I can tell you that the moment the incentive is there, they will transform. They want to transform. They know they need to transform. And so I wanted maybe to touch on this notion that we really need a new economic model, and that sustainable value chains really are the way to achieve this transition. In the past, when we thought about competitiveness, we thought about efficiency, we thought about cost, we thought about it's early in the morning price. I have an MBA from London Business School and I can't explain competitiveness, profitability. But now we move into a transition period when we think about sustainability as a core dimension of competitiveness. And I think in this transition period, what will be really, really important is to make sure that we don't leave the smallest and the ones with the least resources and the least capabilities behind. Once we get to the transition, they'll be fine. But it's in this transition period that we really need to make sure that the burden of internalizing these costs of sustainability don't fall to the bottom of the pyramid. I liked very much the slide also with the photo of the consumer, the supply chain, and the producer, and how do we apportion responsibility equitably across that model. So I wanted to quickly highlight 3 of the priority areas where ITC is taking action and a bit how we see this world of sustainable value chains. And it's a world where we really need to take a systems approach. So the first area of action being around policy and the ecosystem. And so we know that policy and the ecosystem are what can really lead to the long-term transformation and not just short-term gains. So expanding the view from the value chain to the whole system where we can incorporate aspects around environmental performance and how it interacts with the supply chain. So not just the firm level, but looking at the policy dialogue. And I think, Damien, you touched on that in your presentation as well. So maybe just to highlight a quick example of how we do that, and we're working with OECD. Actually, we just launched at the G20 meeting in October in Brazil a guide on understanding sustainability initiatives, which provides a typology framework, and we did that in partnership with the OECD, and that basically allows stakeholders to enhance supply chain resilience through the use of sustainability standards. And building on the work that we've been doing for decades on sustainability standards, we have a comprehensive database of sustainability standards called Standards Map. So building on that, we created a structured framework to clarify the range of sustainability initiatives, whether that's from businesses, governments, NGOs, and we know that not only from a cost perspective, but also from an understanding perspective, there was a lot of confusion about, which standard should I comply with, how much is that going to cost me, and so on. So this typology provides a common language, parameters that can help stakeholders better understand, assess the initiative, understand the scope, the definitions, and so on. And it also fosters harmonization and synergies between public and private sector. So a lot of what we've heard in the field, you mentioned the EUDR, for example, we're working a lot on that. And this is one where, for example, in Malaysia, we went and we helped them map the existing sustainability initiatives so that they could better understand where the gaps were for them in being able to comply with EUDR. So that's one example. Second example I'll quickly give is this idea of working in a participatory approach across the value chain. And I'll give you a very concrete. I was in Ghana 2 weeks ago, and I basically walked backwards of the cocoa value chain. We started in September. We're working in Switzerland with COP and the Halber chocolate brand. COP is one of the two supermarkets in Switzerland, essentially COP and Migros. So COP is we're working with. And we went on a factory visit of the chocolate factory in Prattel in Switzerland. And we were with Ghanaian stakeholders. 50% of Switzerland's cocoa beans come from Ghana. So we're walking around, we looked at the chocolate, we had the Ghana Cocoa Board CEO with us and so on, looked at the end of the process. 2 weeks ago, I went to visit Ghana, walked backwards, went to the port in Tema, watched them load the cocoa beans, looked at the conditions, the labor conditions at the port in Tema, went to visit the scientific research organization that we're working with on dynamic agroforestry systems, went to visit the farms. We're working with a cooperative that comprises 100,000 farmers. Went to visit some SMEs in Ghana that are processing cocoa. One of the companies we're working with has set up a facility in Germany to process cocoa beans so that he can supply to the European market just in time liquor and processed product. So what's the point of that story? The point of the story is to say that we've worked together in a participatory approach across the market, as you showed in your diagram, with the brand Halber and the supermarket. We're working with SECO, which is the Swiss State Secretariat that provides some development assistance into this project. We're working with the cooperative of farmers. We're working with scientific organizations, the National Cocoa Board, with SMEs, in the chain, and a range of with Fair Trade International. That's what it means to make a sustainable value chain. Partnership, collaboration across the value chain, participatory, multiple stakeholders to do this, and now impact investors. But maybe if there's a time for questions, then I'll talk a bit more about finance and the catalytic nature of finance. And to conclude, my third point was around capacity building in the textiles and apparel sector. We're very much looking forward to partnering with you to to support this sector and to provide the technical assistance that's required. And there, I know that time is short, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but we're working with brands, some of which you've mentioned as well, to provide capacity building to SMEs working in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Sri Lanka, to help them implement resource efficiency and circular production approaches, to monitor their chemical pollution, their water use, their waste management, and so on. And we have been able to quantify the costs and the benefits of adopting these measures from an environmental perspective, in terms of water saved, in terms of carbon emissions reduced, and from an economic perspective as well, in terms of costs saved. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. It's great to see how you work with the chain. To really look forward to working with you in Bangladesh. I'll now leave the floor to Mathilde Borderance from AFD, head of the Climate and Nature Division.
Thank you, Damien, and thank you, Vanessa. Actually, your two speeches have been very impressive and very dynamic. I'll be shorter because my main point is to show a strong support from AFD, of course, on this partnership, and I think the name of it really shows the spirit with which we are starting to build it. First, to say, trade is certainly something which we don't work enough. I mean, we don't work enough on this topic as DFIs. I think it was really clear in Damien's presentation that we can do much more. We can take it as it is, a force of change. If we are able to align properly our strengths, respective strengths, and build up synergies with the proper partners. And really, to me, it's a bit of a blind spot as a practitioner of development finance to have a look at this with this spirit, and it can be really powerful in terms of change. The other point that we want to make is that, of course, public development banks, DFIs and public development banks, generally speaking, are very well positioned to do that. We heard very clearly what it is about. It's about policy, so policy dialogue indeed. It's about finance, public and private, and we all have, I mean, look at this list of partners of the International Development Finance Club. We all have the capability to finance both parts of the value chain, and it's about capacity building. And thank you for making it very, very clear in your statement, Vanessa, because we also know that one of the reasons why some of the environmental regulations are not enforced is also because of capacity, and therefore we need really to strengthen the capacities on the ground. Elsewhere, financial incitations will not be sufficient. It's early for me as well, so my English has not yet reached completely my brain. We, as AFD, why we decided also to support and to start this work specifically. Damien introduced me. I'm the head for climate and nature, and what we heard is a lot about environment. It's a lot about pollution. It's not only about climate. So here we are really on a topic which is completely cross-cutting on this mandate. And so my team is in charge of mainstreaming the two topics together. So this is why trade came out as a very critical topic. But indeed, trade, it's a lot also about decent work, and the social aspect has been clearly emphasized also in your presentation. Quickly on AFD, 2 points why also we consider this is, the climate and nature aspect, as I said. The other part is we are here in a finance COP. Negotiations have started on the NCQG. We all hope that it will materialize in the course of these 2 weeks. But we all know that the quantum that is being discussed, the quantum of solidarity, is going to be limited. I'm not even saying anything about the level, but whatever the level in the end, the slide where you show ODA shows it very clearly. In any case, it's not sufficient for the transition. So we need to really be cautious and be ambitious, in fact, with the way we use this finance and these incentives that we can provide with these concessional sources of finance. This is what we call transformative finance. We're going to launch a paper tomorrow with important coalitions, the UNEP-FI, the PRI, a Principle for Responsible Investment Coalition, and the Mainstreaming Climate Initiative about this, about what is the ask with this climate finance and how we can look into being more efficient, in fact, looking for impact at the systemic level and trade and working with the buyers is certainly a way to do it much better. So thank you, Damien. Thank you all for joining us on this panel. It's a call for more support. We will need to work together in growing this innovation within the DFI world, and I'm sure we'll make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mathilde. Now I'll leave the floor to Matthew from the World Economic Forum. In this panel, you are the voice of the private sector. So let's hear about how do you work now with sustainable initiatives, with sustainable value chain, and do you have any advice for ITP or ways you think you can work together? Let's hear about it.
Super. Thank you. Merci Damien. Merci à tous. Thank you to AFD for being here and the IDFC. I'm very excited about this panel. We, I think, see a lot of complementarities between what we do and what you all do and how we can work together. So at the World Economic Forum, I'm the head of investment and services within the trade and investment team. So my job is to work with companies and countries to make trade and investment flow more easily and especially achieve development goals. So it's all about creating that enabling environment. I used to work at the IFC, the World Bank Group, before this, and so I really believe in the power of combining the funding side and the policy regulatory side and bringing them together as you're talking about. And in a second, I will talk about 3 initiatives that we've been driving and how complementary they are, I think, to what IDP is aiming to achieve. But before I do that, I just wanted to say I think it is important to connect all of these efforts and how we can do so. So the three main points. First, we really see the importance of purchasing decisions and how they can shift and transform markets. In COP26, so a few years ago, we launched something called the First Movers Coalition. And this was about companies making purchasing commitments in hard-to-abate sectors, such as cement, steel. And because they committed to purchasing green steel, green cement, it was a market signal for producers to produce this because there would be offtake, there would be a purchasing commitment. And I think we can do something very similar in other sectors, such as textiles, these purchasing commitments to purchase sustainable textiles, which then is a market signal so that the producers produce it. So that's the first point. The second point is very much as you mentioned, there are multinational commitments to greening and to making their supply chain sustainable. As you said in your presentation, many companies have made commitments by 2050 or 2030 for it to be, have the carbon footprint or have a completely carbon neutral supply chain. And these commitments are on the websites of these companies. So they're public, they're there, they're out there, black on white, in writing. And so we see a real opportunity to connect these commitments to sustainable supply chains with specific project level interventions in developing countries. And so we published a guidebook on facilitating what we call climate FDI, climate foreign direct investment. And one of the measures was to really link these commitments to investable climate-friendly projects. And the important role of packaging these projects so that they spoke to investors and so that they showed the pathway and how these projects actually delivered on these multinational commitments. And we worked in Brazil with 2 investment promotion agencies at the state level in Bahia and in Amazonas. We wanted to work in Brazil because of COP30 and to sort of prepare sort of some of the policy dialogues and how important these interventions could be in case it could be relevant also in the COP30 dialogues. And what we found was the real need for more technical assistance because the investment promotion agencies at the state level, Bahia and Amazonas, didn't have the capacity to properly package yet, absent technical assistance, the projects at the state level so that they would match the multinational commitments to greening their supply chains. So there was a delta, there was a gap. And so I think what we learned was that there was a need for more interventions such as those from AFD and other donors to provide the technical assistance at the state level to these investment promotion agencies to prepare investable projects that were climate friendly so that they could link up to multinational commitments. And the third point I'd like to make, again, building on Damien's presentation where he talked about databases and the importance of providing information, we see that foreign companies really do want to contract with domestic suppliers that are sustainable, both for financial reasons, it's good business sense, and for reputation reasons, as you mentioned, for various previous events that cause also consumers to want to purchase from companies that can signal that they are purchasing from sustainable suppliers. But the challenge is that sometimes there are information asymmetries, and the foreign company that wants to purchase from the domestic suppliers doesn't know where they are, doesn't know who they are. And sometimes those domestic suppliers also are not at the right standard. They cannot signal that they have the right certifications. And so what we've developed, which is I think very complementary to the efforts that Vanessa mentioned, is what we call a supplier database with sustainability dimensions. Across almost all countries today, there are databases of domestic suppliers to promote, how domestic firms can provide inputs to foreign companies. But what they often lack is information on the sustainability dimensions. Sort of what are the standards related to environmental protection, as you said, like effluent from river, managing effluent, or gender, or labor conditions, or renewable energy use. So we worked with Cambodia and Namibia and advised in the Dominican Republic on including sustainability dimensions in supplier databases. And this allows the foreign companies to match and to contract with sustainable domestic firms more readily. And it grows the contracts for the domestic firms, and it also is beneficial to the foreign companies that can show their shareholders and their consumers that they are purchasing from sustainable suppliers. But I think this again requires technical assistance because not all the domestic firms are at that standard, do have the certifications, and so we need to work with them so that we can train them so they can actually get in the database and signal to the foreign companies that they have those standards and those certificates. So those were the 3 points I wanted to mention. Maybe just one final point. I really liked your presentation, and 2 things in particular. I really liked the lever. It reminded me of Archimedes, give me a lever and I will shift the world. I really liked, how a little bit of upstream intervention, this is what we used to say at the World Bank, upstream intervention leads to a lot of downstream, shift. So I think that's a really great picture. I really like the funnel. How you have all the consumers at the top and all the farmers at the bottom, and you have a lot in both, but you have a few key actors that actually have market power in the middle. I thought that was really, really great. So just wanted to recognize those 2 images and how I think they really speak to what we're talking about today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for sharing what you are doing in the World Economic Forum. And the link that you made with ITP and saying that you insisted on technical assistance, which is great. As it's been done, we here in with developing institution, we can do both financing the suppliers and also providing for technical assistance. Now I leave the floor to Jens from the OECD. We know that you've been working on sustainable initiatives and you have long experience in trade. What do you think about all this based on what you know about trade issue and what you've been doing in OECD?
Thank you very much, Damien. Thank you very much for this invitation. I think it's a eminently important topic, absolutely. I think for both sustainability but also for development, and I think bringing those two together is absolutely central. So thanks a lot for the invitation. Also just to say that from the OECD side, I come from the development cooperation, development finance angle into that, and at the same time OECD is sort of a policy institution, so we don't really do operations, but we look at what is good practice, what is the data telling us, and how can we help sort of establish some standards. From Vanessa, you already heard that we're working together on these issues. But again, we don't go as deep, I think, as you do into the actual practical things and the operations. And I think we've heard many very interesting and relevant points already. So I think many things have been said. I'll try to say them again in my own words, or maybe give a slightly different or additional spin to it. So OECD is focused from various angles on global value chains, on responsible business conduct. I think one angle there that is particularly of interest in the area that we are coming from is what is it that donors and development finance institutions can do, obviously. But I think also to maybe start off with what I feel is like, as we've heard before, developing countries really, I think, would agree, and economic actors in developing countries, that the sustainable economy is the economy of the future. And that's what you want to be part of, and that's what you need to be part of if you want to be successful in the future. And at the end of the day, a lot of what we hear about as well is that, yes, it's about internalizing externalities. And from an economic perspective, it's basically about being economically more efficient and maximizing wealth creation. And that's, at the same time, that's not easy. It's hard, but I think it's important to recall that this entire agenda, at the end of the day, is about increasing and maximizing well-being, wealth creation, and for the benefit of society. Now, at the same time, I think the key question is always, how do things work in the real world? Because that's that's what counts. And that's really essential, I think, overall in the climate space, in the other, in biodiversity or other areas, to make progress. And I think it's essential also for the local actors that we talked about and the local economies. And we heard about, the lack of incentives if local regulatory and policy environments, basically, they may even have sort of some standards, but they're not being enforced, and nobody cares. So I think that's where the initiative is really interesting, because at the end of the day, what is driving business is markets, and I think the multinationals are basically the key market, in some cases the only market for local suppliers and for some of these value chains. So I think working with them is absolutely essential to being able to pick the right incentives and shape them in a way that helps move at the local level. Because at the end of the day, also, as we heard, it's sustainability is key, but it's not just an add-on. It really needs to be integrated into the business models and into the supply chains for it to make sense. Now, we heard also about the fact that there is a lot of, it's about financing. We heard the model, the direct financing example. If you have companies of a certain size, that again obviously depends on sort of your counterparts in developing countries. And then I think the important aspect of working with local financial institutions and credit lines, and I think that's really key, because at the end of the day, it's all part of the development process. Where you say you have, the intermediation of local financial markets. It's what's at the end of the day essential to finance most of the development needs of private business in developing countries. At the larger scope, you kind of direct financing from DFIs. You can have project finance or so, but if we just look at the reality of how development has happened basically in all countries, it needs to go along with the local domestic financial markets that is providing the intermediation to the economic actors, and it needs to go along with the regulatory measures that sort of provide the enabling environment, and it needs to be something that again is successful in integrating into the global value chains. And I think it's a really nice example that we got from your presentation that is bringing these different things together. I think again, the one thing that is really important also to think about is from the perspective and mandate of the development cooperation and development finance providers. And I think we also heard that a lot and find a lot of agreement is to really think how can we make sure that it works for the people on the ground. I mean the people on the ground, also the economic actors, the business on the ground, because that's really at the end of the day what will also drive the sort of the social sustainability, and that is absolutely central to sustainability overall. I think you need the environmental sustainability, be that climate-wise, be that other environmental aspects. You need the social sustainability, and it has to be something that is helping taking development forward at the local level. And then I think the beautiful thing is, and that goes back to the point I think that Mathilde also you mentioned, that development finance is very scarce, especially concessional development finance. Have to invest it strategically. God, I think we all share the early morning challenges here. Capacities are absolutely essential, but at the same time, the beautiful thing is if you succeed with integrating things into value chains and business channels, you have solved a big part of the problem, because then you have integrated into value creation that is basically through its value creation self-sustainable. And I think that's basically the end game. That's when you can declare success. So again, I think it's very exciting to see what you're doing and to hear about all these efforts. Certainly something that is central to sustainability and development more broadly. Thank you very much, and good luck with taking it forward.
Thank you very much, Jens. Thank you very much for all the panelists. I will let our special guest, Guillaume Barberousse from Proparco. So Proparco is a sister company of the AFD group in charge of the private sector, and Guillaume is director of the Sustainable Development Team. Nice coming here today.
Thank you, Damien. Very glad to be here, and thanks for the invitation. I think that's the most interesting panel I've heard so far. Maybe the fact that I arrived yesterday evening, that's my first day at the COP, has to do with that. But no, jokes apart, thank you very much. I think it was a very interesting discussion. I'll try to summarize some of the messages that we've heard, and you've said it very, very nicely. But to start with, just I want to build on Vanessa's experience and what you shared in your visit to Ghana on the cocoa value chain. It resonated with me particularly because that was one of the first projects I did when I joined Proparco in our agri team back in 2011, working with Ecom, which is a as you say in French, trader. Yeah, sorry, trader in a number of commodities, including cocoa, and we were working with FMO and NDG to provide a long-term credit line to this company. So providing kind of long-term resources. Usually they got a working capital funding from commercial banks. And one interesting aspect was that there was actually an interest rate cut on the loan we're providing to Ecom, based on the number of suppliers that they would have certified with either rainforest or UTZ certification in the cocoa value chain in Ivory Coast, and the way the interest rate cut has been kind of designed was actually to compensate Ecom for 50% of the investments that they would have done in training the farmers, training the cooperative of farmers, and getting them certified. Actually, the certification as a cost as well. So that's, I think, a good example of what you all said in particular, and that's what I get from your insights in the panel. First is the fact that, as you concluded, Jens, the fact that the sustainability investment has to be integrated into the business logic of the company, and why Ecom was doing that effort. It was because there was a demand from their buyers, from the customers. It was also not so much the regulation at that time, but it was also because engaging directly with the cooperatives, engaging directly with the farmers, was also helping them to kind of cut the middleman and have a stronger loyalty from the farmers and a stronger quality of products as well. So it was not only about CSR commitments in their annual report. It was very much making business sense for them, and I think that's a key point. Two is about indeed partnerships, and you very strongly advocated for that. I think in that example there was no the policy dialogue element, but I think it's critical to have the partnership as you described it, all of you, from the public sector side, the way we engage with authorities, including as you described, Matthew, at the local level. It's not only about like the state, the ministries, also at the local level where there is a kind of a stronger understanding of the local tissue of SMEs that are involved in the value chain. The brands and the buyers, obviously, the suppliers, and in between the role that finance can bring, and there obviously that's what we have to offer, and thanks Damien for the initiative of IPT, as I guess that's a very, very important work for us. The role of finance and the role that we as DFI can have is also, well, to make that link, to kind of support the process, to help local FIs as well to provide financing to the local suppliers. And it's also the fact that at some point it needs also to bye Vanessa. It needs also to come to a competitive cost as well for the buyers. Obviously there are sustainability commitments, but they will look at the price at which they buy the products. And there may be potentially there's a role as well for us to provide the financial incentives also to kind of kickstart the work and create the market before it gains mass and gains the level where it becomes as competitive to produce sustainability than as, I don't know, conventionally. So I guess there's a very important discussion that we need to take forward, and thanks Damien for the initiative and for your valuable contributions to the discussion.
Thanks a lot, Guillaume. Yes, Matthew?
Thank you so much. Just one quick comment, because I forgot to say something I think might be useful. I think you're looking at it from the outside in, the purchasers coming to the developing markets, which I think is fantastic. I think we also need to look at it from the inside out. The developing country firms exporting green goods and services, because we saw in the opening of this COP certain developing countries really put on the table the challenge of CBAM and other unilateral measures, such as due diligence requirements. So I think we need to help developing country firms be able to address these challenges so that they don't get blocked from their export markets. And we are working with the WTO on something we called Action on Climate and Trade, precisely to provide that analysis for how the developing country companies can actually export green goods so they open new market opportunities and they don't get blocked from, for example, European markets. So I just wanted to put on the table, I think there's this very complementary area of technical assistance that AFD might wish to consider, because you have the inward, you have the purchasers, but you also have the green goods coming from the developing countries that I think we heard at this COP, there's a risk for that second dimension, and that might be really relevant to your initiative. And we'd be happy to work with you on that agenda if it would be of interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we are a little bit late. Thank you very much online and here to be here this morning. And I'll be available today and tomorrow if you any of you want to partner with us in these new initiatives. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Have a good COP.
Is it working? Yes? Okay. Was it too loud? C'est fort? C'est fort ou ça va? Je parle trop fort? Non, tu peux baisser le volume sur ton casque. This is my first time. Yeah.
Don't think about it. Just do it.
Yeah? Okay. Okay? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this side event on decarbonizing SMEs for sustainable future. Thank you for being here and thank you for participating into this side event. We are very glad to welcome Javier Diaz, CEO of Bancoldex, and Megumi Muto, hello, special advisor to DRACA president. Thank you, Megumi. And Damien Delhomme, who is head of the Impact Trade Partnership for the AFD. Welcome all. These three institutions are all members of the IDFC, so we're very glad to have you on the IDFC pavilion this afternoon. Small and medium-sized enterprises play a critical role in driving economic growth and employment. Globally, the SMEs account for about 90% of all businesses in the world, so their decarbonization is a topic that we cannot overlook. Especially in Colombia and Japan, where about 99% of the businesses are SMEs. However, from an aggregate perspective, they also significantly contribute to carbon emissions, which impacts climate change efforts. PDBs are uniquely positioned to support SMEs in adopting sustainable low-carbon practices through innovative financing, capacity-building initiative, and technical assistance. By providing tailored solutions, PDBs can empower SMEs to transition towards greener business models, reducing their environmental footprint while enhancing resilience and productivity. The objective of this panel is to share insights of the role of PDBs, especially how your respective institution enables and promotes SMEs decarbonization. To do so, we will highlight current initiatives and challenges in financing low-carbon transitions for SMEs. We will explore innovating financing solutions and technical assistance to support SME sustainable practices. I'm happy to give the floor to Javier Diaz, CEO of Bancoldex, which is one of Colombia's 6 PDBs and is specialized in funding SMEs. So Javier, could you tell us maybe how does Bancoldex support SMEs in adopting low carbon practices, if you have success stories to share with us, and challenges in financing SMEs decarbonization, and if you have key partnerships and collaborations that have amplified their impact.
Thank you very much, Florence. Greetings to you, to my dear friend Megumi, to Damien, who had a brilliant presentation yesterday on non-earmarked financing, which we have to continue talking about. Turning to SMEs in Latin America and especially in Colombia, where Bancoldex is from, I will touch upon something you already mentioned, Florence, which is 99% of businesses are small and medium enterprises, micro, small and medium enterprises, I should say, which make up more than 60% of employment, but less than 25% of production. And I think if you take the GDP figure, it's probably even less than 20%. So that reality takes us to the point that as MSMEs are very, very informal, at least coming from Latin America and the Caribbean. So the first point I would have to make is that when you diagnose and you look at what they really need, you have to start by capacity building. These micro, small, and medium enterprises don't have the resources, they don't have the capabilities and they don't have the knowledge or the money to invest in actually improving themselves. And if you take it one step further, to think about decarbonization. So it's up to the state, it's up to the PDBs like ourselves to actually help the micro, small, and medium enterprises within this path. I can mention a few examples which have been successful and we are working on, but I also have to say that whatever we do is not enough because it's just such a huge pool of enterprises that we're looking at. So one first concrete example that we have been working on is through the Grupo Bicentenario of Colombia. We have a number of publicly owned financial entities, some of which have better and cheaper access to capital than, for example, Bancoldex does. So we are tapping their low cost of funding to actually bring financing to SMEs, in this case, particularly in terms of solar panels. So we're actually taking a sister institution, their better funding, channeling it through us, and then making sure that MSMEs have solar panels, which will in turn lower their energy costs. That's a recent initiative that we've been working on, but it's one that is poised to take a giant leap forward in terms of reducing low cost, decarbonization, and actually making MSMEs more competitive. That would be one particularly. I would like to mention by name two others that we have done recently because I think they're worth discussing. Cediul is a medium-sized company, a health services provider in Barranquilla, in which we finance the purchase of efficient air conditioning for a more sustainable future. So when you think about Barranquilla, for those of you who have been there or are from Barranquilla, it's a very hot place, extremely hot. So you're talking about general needs in terms of better air conditioning and especially refrigeration as well. Another example in a different part of the region, also very hot in Colombia, is called Ingeniería, Servicios y Soluciones Aplicadas, medium-sized company, which is engaged in the installation and maintenance of gas networks for domestic use. We finance the purchase of solar panels for them as well. So these are very concrete examples of the way we're approaching energy efficiency, decarbonization, but I will go back to something I said earlier, is this is the start, but it's only the start. We have to take these in the tens of thousands because that's the number of MSMEs that we have in a country like Colombia. So I think to recap at this point and allow for maybe questions further down the road, I will say that we have to do more, that it's a huge pool of companies. We have to tap better funding. And I've been trying to get this message across in all the panels that I participate in. It's not just about access. It's not just about reach. It's about reaching them with the lower cost of funds possible. And in this case, we're doing it with synergies among the Grupo Bicentenario entities of Colombia. And capacity building, capacity building, capacity building. That's what they need. We have in Bancoldex an investment bank for MSMEs, if you can conceive that. Because typically investment banking and corporate finance tends to be for the bigger players. We have a unit called FIMBI, which we developed in-house, that is actually made just for providing corporate services and investment banking for these MSMEs. So I'll probably stop there, but I will be looking forward to opening up the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. Thank you for sharing the experience and very practical examples of what PDBs can do to help the SMEs doing decarbonization. Megumi JICA has had a strong focus on financing SMEs for a very long time. Could you tell us more about how you do it and give us some example as well to the successful of SMEs decarbonization?
Thank you very much. I'm very, very honored to be on this panel because SMEs are super important, in particular, in fostering inclusive growth in development context, where JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, works. One of the unique aspects of our organization, JICA, is that we are both development finance institution, but also development agency. So we do a lot of technical assistance. So combining the financing and the technical assistance has been one of the strengths of our support to SMEs. maybe JICA itself as a whole, we are considered as a very big infrastructure financier in Asia. But yes, thank you for mentioning, historically, we have been doing a lot of sovereign and non-sovereign financing operations to support the growth of SMEs in many of our partner countries. So how are we combining this finance with technical assistance? Since the 90s, this is way back, but when I started my career, we have been focusing on the technical assistance of the intermediary finance institution. For example, the Development Bank of the Philippines, when they wanted to start financing the environment projects pursued by the SMEs, we supported them in the capacity building of their appraisal. And that was very successful, and we went many rounds with that business model. But then, with the merger with the Technical Assistance Agency, that was back 15 years back, we have more tools in technical assistance. So not just supporting the financial intermediary, we started combining the technical assistance support to the policy environment. So it's the government side or the regulatory side, and also we can also mobilize support to the beneficiaries. For example, farm households or the specific SMEs in like Kaizen training. Kaizen is a kind of like a first step to Toyota. We have been combining all these instruments these days in order to bring more impact. I will mention 3 cases where we can deploy these combinations. One most recent successful case is in Bangladesh, where we have a bank loan called Energy Efficiency and Conservation Promotion Financing Projects. This is a so-called two-step loan with partners in Bangladesh, like Infrastructure Development Company Limited and Bangladeshi Infrastructure Financing Fund Limited. These are non-banks. Maybe in their names, they seem to be doing infrastructure, but they are expanding their business field in the SMEs. And together, we could focus the garment industry of Bangladesh in order to bring energy efficiency in their key equipment. So maybe in your outfit today, you have something made in Bangladesh. And that project contributed to your value chain, of the value chain of something that you are wearing. So this is one example. And another example is Mongolia. In Mongolia, we are having a bank loan targeted to SMEs, and the specific target is to replace the heat-only boiler, which are not efficient and also sources of carbon emissions. And for the financial intermediary, we have done a very tedious process of, but happy process of creating the environment and social safeguard together, the guidelines together, and implementing them together. And in particular, with regard to the monitoring of air pollution, this is really important because we are measuring the impact. We deployed another technical assistance that is more technical or science-oriented in order to complement the assistance to the financial intermediary. So this is Mongolia, a very cold place, maybe in contrast with Colombia. Yeah. And then very recently, last year, we have provided a loan to Nigeria's biggest commercial bank, Access Bank. And the target industries were energy efficiencies in SME, renewable energy in SME, and also a better and more efficient plus carbon neutral value chain in agriculture. And for example, with this loan to the Access Bank, the beneficiaries were able to purchase, for example, the solar panels, as in the case of Bangladesh. So maybe it's a similar reality that we are promoting, right? And by the way, this Access Bank, their capacity is very high, so we are not providing specific technical assistance. But I can say that in this financing framework, the USDFC and Citibanks were the co-financiers, and we are learning together, sharing information together. And the main point of this transaction was to lower the cost of capital of Access Bank, because Nigeria as a sovereign, maybe it has a lot of implications when the private entities there would like to tap the market. But I think together we successfully lowered the capital cost of the bank in Nigeria. Before concluding on my part, I would like to mention a few future challenges. Maybe in the era of more disclosure, more transparency, we would like to see the financial intermediaries as well as the beneficiaries growing together in disclosing about the greenhouse gas as well as the impact implications, and also really supporting the financial intermediary to strengthen their engagement to the beneficiaries. This is very important because at the very end of the day, we would like to scale things and do the better division of roles. And I think really providing, creating together this whole spectrum of who collaborate, who does what, in order to create an ecosystem of finance intermediaries, really supporting the beneficiaries in the aspect of transparency and impact management. That will be something that we can challenge as IDFC together in the near term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megumi. This is very interesting because you talk in your example, you said there were co-financiers in your last example, so that shows as well the role that the private sector can play along with the PDBs. And this is something that we talk a lot in the international world, the role of the growing role of the private sector as well. You also said something about policy along with capacity building. This is something also that was emphasized in another side event this morning, also talking about SMEs. And in our first side event this morning, Damien here presented the new Trade Impact Initiative, which was very interesting. And it was very interesting to see how you go and talk to all the actors of the supply chain to find solutions for the SMEs. So, Daniel, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Florence. Thank you very much for inviting me today. So I work in the Climate and Nature Division at AFD's headquarters in Paris, and the head of the Impact Trade Partnership Initiative. And I will start just by an example. Let's say a game that I would like you to play with me. Imagine that you are a CEO of a textile industry in Morocco. You're based in Tanger, in Morocco, okay? You have a kind of environmental problem because your industry is producing wastewater that's polluting the environment, okay? And you need to invest 200,000 euros in a wastewater treatment plant. On the other side, you can invest in a new machine, a 200,000 euro machine that will help you reduce by 20% your energy costs, and that will allow you to get competitiveness and get new markets. What do you decide? Do you decide to protect the environment, or do you decide to safeguard and increase your competitiveness? Javier? You have to do both. Okay. Well, you have limited amount of funds, and actually, you have funds for water treatment because AFD has just opened a credit line with Bank of Africa in Morocco. So you have cheap money. But our experience, we did this experience in 2019, and we saw that the CEOs decide to invest in new machinery. Okay. We had to wait 2 years to get textile industry coming to Bank of Africa and asking for a loan for wastewater treatment plant. So what happened? 2 years later, Inditex came, the big textile company, big brand with a Zara brand. Maybe it's a Zara. Maybe you bought it from Zara. Came to Morocco and said to all of its suppliers, from now on, you need to have a wastewater treatment plant. Otherwise, I will not buy you any suit, anything, any textile from you. So you're the CEO of this textile industry. One was called Neodenim. What do? Well, you got to take a nice loan from AFD, AFD's partner in Morocco. I'm not sure the interest rate was really an issue, but anyway, it was useful, and they invested in such a wastewater treatment plant. So you see by this the power, the normative power of the brands, of the buyer. And so that's the power that we want to harness, use with impact trade partnership. Okay? I will tell you a little bit about impact trade partnership before, but just maybe a few words about what AFD is already doing on SMEs. I guess right now about 40% of our climate finance goes to SMEs, and it goes through different channels. The main channel must be working with local banks, like Bank of Africa in Morocco, or any public developing bank, Bank or DEX. So that's how we manage to finance small to medium-sized loans to SMEs. You may know maybe the SUNREF program, which was one of the oldest at AFD. Maybe I want to insist on this program because it has a specific way of doing technical assistance. And you insisted that it was important, and it is true. And this SUNREF program was designed, and it was the same in several countries, with a specific way to distribute technical assistance. Our client for the technical assistance was the private sector, let's say, initiatives, like a group, syndicate of the private sector. And so they get the grant, and they were the one who designed and who contracted to have technical assistance. And so this technical assistance was used to reinforce their own capacity, but at the same time to help the bank get new clients and help the clients. So by working with like this, we also empowered the local private company initiative, whose role it was to do this. So after the 5-year AFD project, then maybe they would be able to be more effective in doing their own job. So first of all, I talked about credit lines. Second, and that's more recent, we have been doing loans to states in order to promote entrepreneurship. So this year, I think we engage about 150 million euro in 4 states in Africa, Ivory Coast, and Benin and Senegal, for example. And so it's a sovereign loan, but the money goes to technical assistance in order to improve in order to improve the way public entities are helping small companies. So it can be technical assistance. It can be just to have a one-stop shop, because often in countries there are several counters for small industries. So making one-stop shop and design incentives with banks also to favor climate-friendly companies. So that the second thing is so helping enabling environment to help entrepreneurship. The third thing is specific to the agriculture sector. So we are doing sovereign loans to Ministry of Agriculture to deploy technical assistance at several levels to farmers to implement soil regeneration, agroforestry, which has mitigation co-benefits. So now maybe let's get back to impact trade partnership. So you remember being a CEO of a textile industry. So in Morocco, we had an unexpected synergy with Inditex. But we had to wait 2 years before Inditex arrived. And maybe often when we do credit lines, Inditex never happens. So the credit lines, sometimes the bank doesn't use all the funds. Okay, so what if we would work from the start with Inditex, with Decathlon, with H&M? So that's what we want to do with Impact Trade Partnership. We would like to design projects with the brands. So we are currently talking with Decathlon, with H&M, and we are asking them, what is your plan to align your supply chain with SDGs? And they have a lot of pressure to do that. They want to protect their reputation. They made net zero commitment, so they must do something. There is EU regulation for deforestation free, for example. So they have a lot of incentives to do it. And so right now, it was not the same 30 years ago, but right now we have the same with the same common goals with a lot of brands, and that's why we want to work with them, and we are asking them, you have program. What are your programs? In which sector, in which country do you want to work? In which country and sector are you planning to work? And we talk together to see how can we develop financing solution for their suppliers in order for the transformation to be easier.
Yes.
If I may, I would like to comment on Damien's remarks, which are very interesting. Thank you for mentioning supply chains. I think that is key in the way that you stated. Going back to your example, I have two thoughts. One is, again, it doesn't have to be an either-or world. It should be, let's do both. Let's give you cheap money to do both. Because it sounds like intuitively the answer should have been, you do the wastewater treatment. But you have to stay competitive. In the real world, you have to stay competitive, because maybe by the time Inditex got there, you would have missed out on your opportunity. So in my view, generally, I think it doesn't have to be, or it shouldn't be either or. It should be cheap money from AFD for the wastewater treatment, cheap money from another PBD or another state agency for your own competitiveness. And then I would also like to mention that in the spirit of collaboration of the IDFC, we did sign a $100 million loan with AFD about 2 weeks ago. And that has a component for institutional strengthening in the areas of climate, biodiversity, gender, and climate, and energy efficiency. So I also like to reiterate this. We need to see more of this within the club. We need to see yourselves, JICA, hopefully everyone on the board should be doing these deals amongst ourselves. Because you have the capacity, you can provide the better loans for us, and we are on the ground. So I do celebrate the fact that AFD is working on supply chains, working with the likes of PDBs, but we have to get all the others rolling. And I'm sure they are, but I think that we just have to do more.
Thank you very much. Do you have other thoughts? Yes? Please, Megumi.
Maybe little thoughts from my side, thinking about entrepreneurs. You mentioned about these. Supporting entrepreneur ecosystem, seed stage, early stage, later stage, they are very, very different requirements for financial institution. It's challenging, but then we are taking a few steps in order to be at least a partner in Asia and maybe in Africa. For example, one very experimental thing that we are doing in Nigeria, there will be a grant to the national government, and that grant will be converted into local currency and be part of the equity of the national investment fund for venture capital. We're trying to support the ecosystem, but also try to bring some type of local currency financing, and it is something that we are experimenting. And at the same time, with our technical assistance, we are learning so much about the emerging ecosystem, the emerging industries over there, and we are trying to be part of the already existing vibrant ecosystem in providing some technical assistance, as well as trying to match with Asian or Japanese entrepreneurial ecosystem as well. So in that sense, we are experimenting how to support the emerging businesses, both from financing as well as technical assistance, and even more to connect continents so that we can create scaling up of trade relations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We see the great need of technical assistance and capacity building for the SMEs, because obviously SMEs do not have the financial means to do that by themselves and decarbonize. So this is up to us, the PDBs, to help them do so. It's also very interesting to see the different instruments that each of your institutions are experimenting, or what they're trying to do to find new ways to help them develop and also decarbonize and go into a greener future. Now we have some minutes for questions, if anybody has questions, or maybe online. No? Okay. So if nobody has questions, thank you very much to the three of you. It was a real pleasure to have you here. And we can close the side event. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check, hey, hey.
So very good. Yeah. Of course, of course. Yes, I'm afraid. Yeah. Yeah. Shall we start?
We're waiting on Remy and Serge, right?
Yes. Yeah. There will be a microphone.
The microphone is this.
Yes.
There's live streaming, right?
Yes, this is live streaming. Yes, I think. J'ai assez, mais le micro. Ok. Okay. I believe we should start. You can hear me? Good, which is good. Take it. I have this.
But why do we need? I have it.
Okay, but another one. We have two. Share it. Okay, no worries. Yeah. Of course, with pleasure. You can start? Okay. But nobody has the headphone, you know. Okay, let's start. this panel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very, very happy to welcome you on the IDFC pavilion with those distinguished panelists. I'm Nicolas Picotino. I'm the Secretary General of IDFC. And before giving the floor to the panelists, I would like to briefly introduce the club and what we are doing. So IDFC is a coalition of 27, actually. We have our second. So we'll wait 2 minutes.
Sorry, I'm putting
Because you don't. No worries.
All right, let's go.
You need to put your headphone. Okay, so was saying IDFC is a coalition of 27. Actually, it was 26 until 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and we welcome our last comer is the Development Bank of Rwanda. 27 public development bank organized around 4 pillars. The first one is the objective to make the BDBs being recognized as specific actors in the world of financing. The second one is related to the cost of capital. The third one is the 5 working groups we have. You know that we have a working group on climate, another one on biodiversity, another one on gender equality, on SDGs alignment, and on cooperation for development. And last but not least, we have the IDFC facility, which is quite unique. It's a technical assistance facility that helps us to finance programs to help our members better finance climate or biodiversity projects. And every year also we do issue some publication. The most important one is the green finance mapping. This year in 2023 we did release 200 billion euros of commitments related to green financing, which make us actually the biggest provider of climate finance in the world. And I would like to emphasize some important figures on those green finance mapping. The first one is that 23 out of 26 members are declaring commitments towards green finance, and they did declare regarding the common principles that we agreed with the multilateral development banks. 200 euros, but also 1.7 trillion dollars in total green finance since 2015. And also 2 important facts. First, the fact that more than 50% of our members increased their green finance commitments last year. And last but not least, we did commit $46 billion of international climate finance, among which $30 billion from institutions in OECD countries to non-OECD countries. And you know, we are at COP and we are talking about the 100 billion objective. So we do commit, thanks to the club, to 1/3 of this commitment. It's not enough, but it's still important. Now I will turn myself to my distinguished panelists, and I will introduce them quite quickly before giving them the floor. I have here on my left one of the 2 co-chairs of IDFC, Mr. Javier Diaz Fajardo, who is also the CEO of Bancoldex in Colombia. I have Paolo Lombardo, who is the Director of International Cooperation for GDP in Italy. I have Megumi Muto, who is Special Advisor to the President for JICA in Japan. I have President Serge Kwe, who is also the second co-chair of IDFC and the President of the Western African Development Bank, BOID. And I have Stefan Wintels, who is the CEO of KfW. Before giving you the floor, I really wanted, you know, the club is about financing climate, financing green projects, and I wanted to know more about what you do in your own institutions regarding climate finance. What did you do in 2024? If you could give us some examples of collaboration and of projects, I will be more than happy to hear from that. And I will start with President Ekwe, if you want to start elaborating on what BOAD is doing in terms of green finance. Please, the floor is yours, and you have a mic if you want to use it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. Good afternoon to you all. Well, briefly, we have in our to our strategic plan, we have committed to not only to, I would say, double our financing capacities, but within this we have committed to have like 25 to allocate 25% of our commitment to everything related to climate finance, which is approximately 1.3 billion dollars throughout the mandate, which is a 5 years mandate. So it's 25% commitment. And as we speak, we are overperforming because we are over 40% as we speak. So it's a commitment, and the commitment is one of the 5 principles we have decided commonly to adopt so as to stick to the SDGs and to comply with our objectives. So the question of the commitment, the second question of the monitoring of our portfolio. So the question for us is not only the nature, the source of energy, but also the question of the access. And doing so, we are monitoring how our energy portfolio evolves. How it does evolve from, I would say, from brown to green. So we're not going line by line, but we see how we monitor that from a portfolio perspective. The last thing I would add is everything related to the way we have positioned our climate finance department. We have adopted a sectorial approach by selecting 5 dedicated sectors, which are, I would say, the basic sectors of our interventions. And we do consider that climate finance, climate origination is not a sector, but it's a transversal department that equally applies to each and every sector. What I mean by sector, things like energy, infrastructure, agriculture, health and education, etc., etc. So these are the few things I wanted to start with. Over back to you.
Thank you.
Nicholas, thank you.
Thank you very much, Serge. And it's really important the fact that you do monitor to be sure that what you declare is really committed to climate finance. And thank you very much for sharing. Now I'm turning myself towards Javier Diaz, the second co-chair of IDFC. Same question for you. Could you elaborate on what you do in terms of climate finance, Javier?
Thank you very much, and a special greeting to you, Nicolas, and to fellow co-panelists. Let me try and articulate going from funding or the liability side to the asset side, or what we do on the lending side. So for us, and I've stated this before, funding at the lowest cost of possible is an obsession, if you will. So what we have achieved so far is we have in 2023 and in going into 2024 received a ESG credit rating from Standard & Poor's. Now, we have the typical credit ratings from the agencies, but the ESG is extremely important because it shows that we are on the path to doing more ESG and more climate-related funding. So having the rating has actually worked quite well for us. And in 2024, we have also finalized accreditation with the Green Climate Fund. So these are some of the steps we are taking in terms of making sure that we have the best cost of capital possible in order to go better strengthened on the lending side. On the middle office, if you will, or the risk assessment, I have to thank KfW and IDB for helping us strengthen our environmental and social risk management system. So collaboration between the IDFC members and these two institutions, well, IDB is not yet part of the IDFC, but they have helped us tremendously in achieving our improvement on the middle office, if you will. On the asset side or the lending side, we continue to work intensely on dedicated credit lines, some of which are climate, but mostly ESG, and I will name a few. We are very strong on diversity, equity, and inclusion. We continue to have our flagship SME direct credit for people with disabilities, our direct line for young entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and victims of armed conflict. So these social responsibility, development, ESG lines of credit continue to be strong, and they are now turning from 5% of the portfolio more towards 10% of the portfolio. And on the direct lending side of things, we are undertaking this year a very special program on solar panels. So our lending is typically SME. We used to do it only via other banks. Now we do it directly. And we have a very ambitious goal of achieving almost 70% coverage for SMEs in terms of solar panels and reducing their costs of energy. So this, from the liability to the middle office to the lending, is how we structure the whole chain of better lending and green climate, if you will. So I'll probably stop there, or maybe just one additional remark. This is all happening in a time of turmoil. Costs of capital is going up. We are seeing official development assistance shift towards traditional development to more climate and biodiversity. So it's a very interesting time to be looking at these things, and I can reiterate Bancolex's commitment to ever more green and climate-related funding and lending. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. It's really important to show the journey from the liability to the asset side, but also you highlighted, and it's really the essence of this club, the cooperation and the collaboration between the members. Like with peer learning, we can learn from each other and be better prepared to finance climate projects. Thank you for this. I recall that we have a working group on gender equality, even if we are not really well represented in terms of gender equality. I'm turning myself toward Megumi on JICA. Could you say some words about what you are doing in terms of climate and green finance in JICA?
Thank you very much. My name is Megumi Muto from JICA, and I will talk about our internal journey, organizational journey for increasing climate as well as maybe in the future nature projects and programs. We have made a great progress during the last 12 months after launching the sustainability policy in October last year. The sustainability policy of JICA puts emphasis on the Paris alignment of all new projects, support to clients' transition, especially in Asia, and then organizational carbon neutrality and disclosure. Lately, we are making a lot of efforts to implement this sustainability policy, both from top-down and also bottom-up, plus from middle, up and down direction. So we're doing it in all the important stakeholders within the organization. First, at the board, the methodology of Paris alignment was discussed, and we are trying this methodology very similar to the common methodology of the MDBs. So we are learning so much from the MDBs as well. And also the IDFC's publication on the Paris alignment approach was a very useful reference for us. So it's really working at our board level. Secondly, in terms of our scope 1, 2, and 3, we are intensively discussing how to achieve our organizational carbon neutrality, scope 1 and 2. And also, we started the calculation of scope 3 emissions, of course, following the path of our colleagues from the private financiers. We are a public development bank. We are not a GFANZ member, but we are trying to follow their path, at least in the calculation, and really make it transparent how we are doing. And then third, by putting all together, we are really deepening our thoughts on how we as an organization can make the transition to a carbon neutral world, I should say, compatibility in the long run. We are trying to catch up here once again with the private sector, and starting with the issuing of the bonds under sustainability framework. So really bringing in the private capital into our operations is harnessing our thoughts about carbon neutrality. So what's next? We will further deepen our methodology on Paris alignment and transition, in particularly in Asia. There will be an event here on Friday. In addition, because Japan is hosting Tokyo International Conference for Africa Development next year, we will make efforts to deepen the discussions on the adaptation in Africa. These are the two future steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megumi. So sustainability, and it's important, you're right, to have a clear framework to really do a climate project. Transparency also, and carbon neutral journey to attract private capital. It's key, because we are public development banks, but we need to involve more the private capital to be sure that the flows will shift. Now I'm turning myself towards Stefan from KfW. Could you elaborate on what KfW is doing in terms of climate and green projects? No.
It was off,
yeah,
so therefore
right.
now you can hear me. First of all, I can't underline the importance of IDFC. I think it's a wonderful club, and it's sizable, it's relevant, and it works. So I'm only 3 years part of this family, but if you haven't spent time on this club, you should spend time, because we should get more recognition, I think, also on these type of events. In terms of KfW, you will not be surprised, as the world's largest national promotional and development bank, we are very much committed to climate financing. Since 2017, we provided 320 billion euros loans. This is an enormous amount. Most of it, of course, dedicated to Germany, but also sizable amounts outside Germany. Housing does play an important role, like the energy sector. And I think in these times of, Javier, you said it, dislocation and decoupling of the world, it's important that our community is super committed to the Paris goals. And KfW and I, as a CEO, is very much committed. And this is important, because I think we run the risk to put our eyes away on the Paris ball, so to speak, and lose track. As it was said, the countdown, it's the final countdown for this planet to act. And how are we doing this? We're doing this in multiple ways. I referred to the asset side, classical financing. We do it on the liability side as the third largest issue of green bonds, to establish this as an asset class. But we want to be much more than a bank. We want to be an advisor, an enabler, and we want to be part of this family to help our friends with capital, with bilateral funding, but also bringing new ideas to this world, because one thing is clear, given the pure investment gap which we have in climate change, and the amounts are probably 25 billion at the maximum, 25 trillion by the end of the century, public money will by far not be sufficient. So the finite resources which we have as public representatives, we need to focus much more on impact and on leverage. And impact is difficult due to data, but it's important that we prioritize. And leverage, I think, it's much more important in terms of guarantee structures. So everything which we have learned at university in terms of blended financing and credit enhancement, or providing direct equity to our friends, which also you can leverage through your bank and network, I think should be part of this solution to close the finance gap for us as a community. But we are committed. We operate in sector guidelines in our commercial activities by 2045, 5 years earlier than Paris. And as I said, I'm proud to be part of this family and to see that 27 countries, which are very different, are all committed.
Thank you very, very much, Stefan, for your kind words. It's super important also for the club to have you 300 billion euros of loans. You also emphasize the importance of green bonds, and I think it's important related to the involvement of private capital. If we are able to develop those green bonds, we will be able to channel more private capital towards climate finance, and also in terms of impact, the fact that we need to measure and to demonstrate that the projects we are doing can have real impacts on the ground. Thank you for this. And last but not least, I'm turning myself now towards Paolo. Paolo from CDP in Italy. Could you elaborate on what you are doing in terms of green financing?
Sure. Good afternoon to everyone. Let me start on the policy front. I think it is essential as we venture into the climate space that we keep the bearing, focusing the right direction. So what we have been doing in CDP over the last few years is ensuring that we're aligned to best practices, and in that respect, so climate action now is actually operationalized and prioritized through policies that we have refined over time. So we're guided by new energy policies, transport policy. We have policies on manufacturing and agricultural to ensure consistency, but as I said, making sure that we are actually always strive to have the maximum link to what are the final goals. We are also obviously looking at the broader spectrum. So we're monitoring ex ante, ex post, the broader spectrum of SDGs, and I think that is important because the problems are, all interconnected. So climate and other sustainable topics are closely interlinked. Now, with respect to climate policy, this is my second point, climate action. We have traditionally been operating, let's say, in the mitigation space. What we have now started to do, and I think this is perhaps worth mentioning, is focusing more and drifting, I'm not saying not probably fast enough, towards adaptation and resilience. What we are seeing right now is that every time we turn on the TV, that the effects of climate change are actually there and are violent, and unfortunately they're likely to be more and more regular. In that respect, there are two aspects that we're actually looking into ever more, which is one is the more technical, real life, adaptation needs. The other one is really financial resilience. I give you the example. In many of our agricultural projects now, we see the need to obviously prepare the sector and our clients to address and live under the new climate conditions. But even with the best adaptation investments, you have the odd event that actually can throw everything into the air. So in that respect, we're starting to build, financial instruments, insurance, climate insurance, embedding it into our financial products. So in addition to doing the more structural adaptation work, we're ensuring that financial resilience goes hand in hand. Last point, and I'm glad to say that we have here Serge with us today, financial innovation. I mean, Serge alluded to equity, the fact that there is not enough money, so we really need to be creative. So only a few months ago, Serge joined us in Rome. CDP, is a proud subscriber of a 100 million a hybrid bond that BOAD has issued, and it will basically create new space for 4 times as much lending and climate activity. I think that is phenomenal. I think financial innovation is really something that will probably be at the center of what we will be doing, I think, as a club. But maybe going back, and then I'll conclude, a lot of the policy refinements that we've been doing are actually the result of the collaboration within the IDFC club. It's fundamental. And you referred to actually that earlier in your statement. I think the value of that goes beyond what we expected at the start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo. You insisted on final goals, on passing from mitigation to adaptation and resilience, and the need for innovative instruments, and we can do that, and it's true, thanks to the huge collaboration we have within the club, and it's really the essence of this club. Thank you for sharing and highlighting this. And now I'm turning myself toward Rémi. I will introduce him as the CEO of the French Agency for Development, but also chairman of Finance in Common. We were talking about what each institution represented here is doing in terms of climate finance. Could you elaborate on what IFD is doing in terms of climate finance, please?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry being so late. For France, I would say, and AFD, it started, it significantly accelerated, of course, with the Paris Agreement. We were in charge of negotiating back in 2015. For very simple reasons, we had to originate the part of the French commitment to satisfy the 100 billion DNCQG of Copenhagen. And so to do that, we set a target of 50% of our portfolio providing climate co-benefits. And it helped us reach 5 billion, then 6 billion climate finance marks. We are now last year at 7.5, so we do not need any longer this type of mandate. It's really mainstream within the agency, and of course, it's we multiply by 5 our adaptation finance to echo what Paolo was saying, to push it to 40% of and 3 billion a year co-financing. Second step in 2017, 2 years afterward, was to say, okay, but 50% climate co-benefit, what about the other 50%? Are we allowed to do brown investments or whatever? So that's the moment where we said we committed to align with the Paris Agreement. So aligning for us means, of course, providing a positive impact. That's the co-benefit. It's doing no harm. So it's verifying through a specific procedure within AFD called the Sustainable Development Opinion that all the projects have a certain level of quality. And it's also accompanying the countries in their effort, as phrased in the Paris Agreement, to set NDCs and long-term trajectories towards net zero and towards decarbonization, and verify that the projects we are financing are accelerating, are exemplifying the trajectories led by the countries and consistent with their vision. So alignment for us is these two dimensions, and now from climate and the Paris Agreement, we are in the process of aligning with the Kunming-Montréal framework. So the biodiversity dimension, we are so attentive within IDFC, including at CEO's level. I remember our discussion, and from climate and biodiversity, of course, in the end, set internal procedures and a strategy that makes AFD align with SDGs. I was in South Africa last week. I signed the biggest ever loan made by the National Bank of South Africa. It's about financing the just dimension of the energy transition. So it means fair pricing of electricity, accompanying ESCOM. It means job creation, vocational training, social protection, especially in the Mpumalanga region that will be severely impacted by the transition. And the beauty of it, it's 100% climate finance declared to UNFCCC, but it's 100% social. It's pure social investment, and it's a way to help reconcile both dimensions of our work. We know intimately in the way we are working, but that it's somehow not really totally in the international guidance. And last point, there's a sort of virtuous circle with the way we are funding our activities, because all these procedures, quality of investment, this is what we are selling to the markets. We issued the first green bond in France back in 2014, and we issued the first sustainable bond on the French market in 2020. And the idea, so it's 50% of our funding now. The idea is really to push at a time to 100% of our funding, and so that it provides the required discipline internally on what we are doing for climate and SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Remy, and it echoes very well what was previously said. If I can wrap up this first part of the panel, you all talked about the importance of having a framework on having innovative instruments. We talked about also green bonds and the importance to attract private capital, but also emphasize the importance of collaboration and the importance of being part of this club. What better advertisements of hearing all of you explaining the collaboration. Maybe 2 or 3 examples of the collaboration, starting by KfW. You did offer to the members of the club your biodiversity toolbox you created, and 2 years ago we did organize a series of training, and now every members of the club can use and implement this biodiversity toolbox to be able to better assess and implement biodiversity projects in their financing. Remy, you talked about the sustainability assessment that was also explain to the members of the club. There was also this example of hybrid capital between GDP and BOAD. Many more to come. So yeah, it's the importance of the collaboration, peer learning is the essence of the club, and thank you for sharing all of this. Before turning to the second part of the panel, I would like to make a bit of advertisement, because we do collaborate within the club, but we do also issue papers trying to position the public development banks as the specific actors we are. We know that we do invest where nobody wants to invest. We know how to take risk where nobody wants to take the risk. And we published every year a series of papers. This year I talked about the green finance mapping. It's our normal publication, but we did issue also two important papers. The first one, and it's completely related to COP29, is related to the loss and damage fund. You remember last year at COP28 the fund was launched, and in the paper we advocate for the public development banks to be one of the recipients of these funds, loss and damages. We have put some great example of what we are doing, and we hope that it will be listened and understood by the negotiators, and that we could be beneficiaries of this fund. And also related to the negotiation act at the moment, we did issue a paper on the NCQG. You know, it's negotiating at the moment, and we are trying to reconcile the different point of view. This is also the beauty of the club. 27 public development banks from the north and from the south, and we did reach an agreement on what could be a future NCQG, and we do insist on the importance of transformational finance. So going beyond the quantum and taking into account the quality of finance. So we have tomorrow an event, so come to the pavilion, and of course the experts will explain it far better. So now I want to turn to the second part of the panel and looking toward 2025. 2024 was a great year for public development banks. You have all heard about the reform of the financial architecture, the MDB reform, but 2025 should be the year of the public development bank in general, encompassing the National Development Bank too. And for this, I would like to receive your views on how your institution will contribute to this year, And now we'll start by asking the question to Rémi, because Rémi, you have two hats. You are the CEO of AFD, but you are also the chairman of Finance in Common, the coalition of the 530 public development banks. Actually, IDFC is a founding member of this coalition. And maybe you could explain how you see this critical year 2025 for the public development bank.
Thank you, Nicolas. I will start by wearing a third hat. I was I was in the government back in 2015, and I headed the negotiation on finance to reach the Paris Agreement at COP21. And so I'm particularly, I would say, interested, excited to see if nearly a decade from COP21, all that we've built together in our operations, innovating, in trying to bridge differently north and south, can help now here in Baku to find and agree on a decision on finance, but probably in a longer sequence that has started in Cali, Javier, for biodiversity and its financing. That is coming to Baku right now, and that will continue, yes, in 2025. Again, would be extremely positive to have a result here. Would have been extremely positive to have a result in Cali, and probably the elements are here to pursue and resume the discussion, hopefully next year, to finalize the COP16 decision, so that we come in a better position, in the best possible position for next year summits, because the finance issues are piling up, and we will certainly have all of them on our plate next year, and stand ready to find the best possible solution. So next year, I remind all of you, is the Financing for Development conference in Sevilla, happening only once in a decade. The last one was in Addis, end June, early July, and it will be the photography of where we are in terms of international sustainable finance after this decade of hard work. And then Belém will come for COP30, where we will have to start demonstrate our ambition and start doing it at a different level than what we have done. 3 issues to sort out along this 2024-2025 sequence. The first one is about setting the proper architecture, and my conviction for a long time is that the backbone of this global financial architecture is the collective of public financial institutions. So it starts, that was the work in 2024, with an MDB engine that is working way better, and I really commend Ajay Bonga, Zilian Golfaj, the work made by all the heads of MDBs for this engine to work seamlessly and with ambition. But in 2025, we have to plug the rest of the architecture below. So the hundreds of institutions, IDFC members, but also all the members of the Finance in Common, 530 public development banks in the world, already 2.5 trillion existing investments each year. So a group that is whose perimeter is at the scale of what we are talking about. Adding to that, of course, it's not public against private. It's really about setting the right mandate standards for this group, so that we mobilize private finance way better than what we are doing today. And we have to learn a lot from national institutions, because they are doing that for centuries, for decades. For them, more than what we are able to do at the international level. In this regard, accompany way more public development banks issuing bonds, issuing green bonds, issuing sustainable bonds. Only 100 of them doing it right now, so I think we can easily double, triple that number, so that disconnection with the financial markets is there. For that, we need to set a clearer framework where private finance is in. It's not the case in the old world of ODA. ODA is about official flows. It's about public flows. There's never been a dollar of private finance within ODA. And it's a problem because this is still somehow our main guidance in international cooperation. Climate finance arrived in 2009. Good news, climate finance adds private finance mobilized on top of public flows, but of course we have to keep the best of ODA in terms of accountability, in terms of seriousness, in terms of transparency, in terms of concessionality, but add the private dimension to it. So I hope that by Sevilla, this new framework with the right incentives will emerge, and a framework where we will measure what comes from donor countries, hopefully enlarging the basis, the number of donor countries. I mean, we're all part of a world in common, but also another measurement which would happen at country level. So a lot of expectations behind the country platforms, so that they could measure how the financial system, all flows added in Colombia, in Germany, in Benin, in France, is progressively turning to sustainable development. And last point, of course, if we have the right, if we have a convincing and mobilizing framework, then maybe ambition will happen. It's very difficult these days to increase fiscal contribution by in each and every country, including in France. Hopefully we will be more convincing over time, and also unlock innovative finance, SDR use for more leverage. Serge was so active in this regard, and also maybe global levies. The discussion has started at the G20 to finance global public goods. I close by thanking IDFC for its contribution to feed this discussion. The last one being this concept of transformational finance, which is somehow linking ODA, solidarity, and private finance. We have to transform institutions, we have to transform markets, and we need to be allowed to allocate part of the precious, scarce concessional resources for that, and not only to finance quality projects. And it comes from IDFC, and I thank you for that. And of course, Finance in Common will contribute to the UNDESA FFD 4 process. We're all working on the report for next week. No, to feed in this process. And I invite you, of course, all of you in Cape Town, 26 to 28 of February. It will be the 5th edition of the Finance in Common Summit, hosted by DBSA and of course and AIIB at the invitation of the G20 South African presidency. It will be very special to have for the first time a discussion between the ministers, the regulators, the central banks, and the heads of the public development banks, so that we find the best possible public contribution to the financing of SDGs. Early in the year, February, a signal coming from the finance track, a bit like what we did, I come back to 2015 in Lima, in October 2015, before the Paris Agreement, so that the finance people say, okay, we will not do that, but we will seriously explore, deliver a set of initiatives, of instruments to help and guide the FFD and the COP30 process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rémi. You set the scene quite perfectly, and you were right. IDFC is really much involved in the financing common discussion. I'm turning myself towards Javier now. There was also a mention of Colombia, the country platform. Maybe you want to elaborate on how you see this critical year 2025 from the Colombian point of view, but also as co-chair of IDFC.
Certainly. Let me start by bringing one thought, which is world GDP is now around $100 trillion. And global debt is 100% of GDP, or maybe even more. So looking forward to 2030, what I see is tremendous financial innovation. Because the world will probably continue to issue debt, but in my view, that has to be debt related to climate and biodiversity. So I think we're going to see more innovation, and we're already seeing very interesting examples of this, and I will probably cite a few. The debt for nature swaps that are actually taking place are extremely interesting instruments because they're the repurchase of bonds, but what you do with the profits is you actually put them on escrow, and that escrow goes towards conservation. So debt for nature swaps, I see tremendous potential going forward in that scene. You're also seeing biodiversity bonds. Where I come from, Colombia, BBVA and Davivienda, two local banks, have issued biodiversity bonds, and they have been underwritten by MDBs, public development banks, and private banks. So again, pure financial innovation moving forward. The World Bank, through MIGA, has issued a guarantee platform for carbon markets. So that's the type of financial innovation we used to dream about not too many years ago, but now it's actually happening. So I think that I'm very optimistic that going forward, we will see more and more financial innovation. Another thought is we have to bring in equity markets. So it's strange because we have less money coming from fiscal space, but we see the S&P 500 at an all-time high, maybe for different reasons, but somehow we have to bring the equity markets and the climate and the do-good together in more interesting and innovative ways that we have done so before. And then I will probably conclude my remarks by thanking AFD and the club for keeping the SDG spirit alive. It's not easy. It's been 10 years, and as my colleagues were saying, probably the last sprint is the hardest one, but the SDG spirit is very much alive. I will thank all of you for that. Actually, the loan we signed with AFD 2 weeks ago has a strengthening component for climate. So I think that's, again, testament to the collaboration of our club. And I'm so happy to see the pavilion full. It's fuller than we thought it would be. I think the SDG pavilion is too far away. Maybe we should. Next year, we should bring them closer together because we're very much one. This club is about many things, and one of those things is keeping the SDGs alive and kicking. So I will probably conclude there, thanking everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Javier. Maybe Serge wants to react also.
Nicholas, thank you. A few words here. I think 2025, we need to do the same. However, we need to do more of the same. What I mean by doing the same, I mean, we know what we have to do. I think we have to abide with the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement should be our star of the North. We know what to do. We know the gap to the SDGs. We know the funding. The question of the funding, the question of the quantum, you have mentioned it a few minutes back. Well, we know that there's a question of the quantum. We need to do more in terms of quantum. We need to do more in terms of capital. We need to do more in terms of the way we leverage our balance sheet. We need to do more when it comes to originating our project. And in that perspective, I would say that the regional banks, the national banks, the MDB, as they are close to the action, they know what to do. They know how to originate. They know how to preemptively. They know how to measure the danger and to know exactly how to structure, how to originate projects. And we need to fund that. And when it comes to funding, again, I do agree with Paulo, thanking again for the trust. not only from CDP but also from my brother. Stefan, they've been trusting us. They put their trust in our organization, in our people, in our history, and into our future. Which literally means that we basically, I don't think that we need to change anything to keep to follow the star of the north. We know where we're heading to. IDFC is a fantastic platform. Working hand in hand with FIC, where again FIC is the platform that has the ambitions to enlarge the scope of what we do, and IDFC has to go deeper and translate all this into action, and we know where we're heading to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Serge. Very useful. I know that Stefan, you need to leave quite early, so maybe you want to elaborate.
Yeah, I still have 15 minutes, but 2025 is half-time in this decade, and I think 2025 is therefore a good opportunity, like in sports, to look back to see how we play the second half, and clearly we need to win the second half. We clearly need to win, and if we take Paris as the North Star, you could also look at Paris as a call option which the world's community has given to the planet. And this call option on achieving the net zero game is rising in price. Why is it rising in price? Because we are not achieving our objectives. As we know, CO2 emissions have raised 2022, are rising 2023, are probably rising 2024, despite all the efforts which we are doing on renewables, etc., etc., etc. So therefore, I think the second half we need to play to scale, to speed, and to get business models right. Scale and speed, I think we understand. Getting business models right, I think the easiest still is, despite the fact that we discuss it since 20 years, is to have an effective CO2 pricing mechanism which allows also companies to build the business case until 2050 or whatever the time period is, and get countries into a framework and conditions which is compliant with such a pricing mechanism, because climate deserves a price, nature deserves a price, both is not on our balance sheets, and therefore we struggle to scale business models very, very quickly compared to the old world. I think that should be the priority from my perspective in the second half. We are ready to play to win. I think we know the tools. Financial innovation is something which in this community is on the top of the agenda, and I think we have many cards to play to put more leverage into the system, and I'm personally very pleased that the German government is very much supporting the reform of the World Bank in terms of governance, but in particular also in terms of hybrid capital. I think MIGA was mentioned. The MIGA reform is enormous and very effective to provide that risk capacity. And we have signed as KfW our first cooperation agreement with the World Bank a few weeks ago, which also shows the paradigm shift that we move from working together in working in partnerships. So this new form of collaboration, I think, is a real game changer for the second half.
Thank you very much, Stefan. It's very inspirational, and yeah, I do believe we will win the second half. I'm turning now myself to. We always win against German, you know that. But I'm not representing France now. I'm representing the old PDBs. The FIFA, yeah, maybe the FIFA, thanks. Thank you. Megumi, now I'm turning myself towards you. How do you see 2025 from the JICA perspective, and how could you elaborate a bit more about this critical year?
Thank you very much. 2025, I think for JICA would be like the last day of a long vacation when you are you will be rushing to do the last set of homeworks. Yeah. Homework number 1 is our financial modality. For the private sector window, there was only a loan and equity, but learning so much from our IDFC colleagues, there are so many instruments for the private sector mobilization. I just say in a very general way, like guarantees, first loss, and also a lot of the use of this collaboration with philanthropies. There are so many new innovations on the table. But within our government, maybe the Ministry of Finance had these in their dictionary, but maybe not the Foreign Ministry or the other ministries. So we started coordination with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They established a advisory group in order to recommend at the policy level to bring all these innovations as potentials for next capacities of JICA. So how to implement that is the last homework that we have. And we will be doing that very extensively next year. There needs to be some kind of like a JICA law reform, and it's a big task. The second line of maybe not homework, but like dreams that we will be working on is bringing in the pension funds of Japan into development. We are aging society. Maybe the energy of the population itself is not that active, but the assets are very active. The assets are very active. So how to bring, and internally in Japan, there's heightened interest for impact investment. So why don't we bring that interest into the developing world as well? So that's the second area that we will be working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megumi. And it's true, it's really important to bring as many players as possible. And by highlighting the role of pension funds, we could also link it to the asset class and making them buy the bonds of the public development banks. So thank you for this. And last but not least, it's a player against who we are losing a lot as French. It's Italy. And I'm half Italian, I can say that. So I'm telling myself toward Paolo, last but not least, could you elaborate a bit more on what GDP, how is your vision about 2025 from the GDP point of view?
Well, I sure hope that we will do better in climate than in soccer, because recently Italy has not been doing well at all. No, I would like to, we spoke about stars, making sure that we head in the right direction. Let me raise the topic of winds. I see some positive winds building up. I think we will see momentum building. Valencia, a lot of discussion is pushing us in the right direction, but I also see headwinds. I think 2025 may see the world getting mixed messages on climate. And I don't think we need to be very much aware that, in particular, some of our partner countries receiving these mixed messages will need to get assurances from us who've been players in the climate space that they're actually still heading in the right direction. There is really a risk, in my view, in 2025 that there might be, because of these mixed winds, some confusion in terms of what is the right approach going forward. And I think we as PDBs need to basically reinforce our narrative, and in particular remind them that there is a lot more at stake, Stefan alluded to, but also there is really value for money in this transition. So we need to be very, very down to earth, but also realistic in terms of the fact that it's not going to be easy to keep that rudder pointing, the ship in the right direction. And I think we have a huge role. I've seen the dialogue with some of our partner countries weakening at times, becoming more tense. I think we need to be realistic on that. Now, this takes me to my second point, we as Italy, as presidency, as we held the presidency of the G7, our government actually put development, at the very core of the world agenda. And I thought that was really a perfect timing at a time exactly when some of the messages are not always that clear, when fiscal space is going down. So for us, in particular, now I speak about Italy and CDP, the Mattei plan will actually take, I think, full speed in 2025. We have a value proposition ourselves to sell. I think we are, being the new kid on the block, we have a lot at stake, but, the ambition is there. So we will definitely see a very interesting 2025, and we will not do it alone. So for us, it will be strengthening the partnerships, in particular within this club, but beyond this club as well. The club is much bigger. So if we don't work together and we don't send clear signals out there, I think we might make that journey, not as straight as we would like, but I'm sure we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo. It's now time to end this very impressive panel. Thank you very much. I will try to wrap up very rapidly. In general, we did insist on the importance of PDBs as actor of the climate transitions and as actors in the fight against climate change. We spoke about the framework and the necessity to keep the Paris alignment alive, and this is also a part of what we do within the club. We talked a lot about innovation, and every year within the club we do innovative projects that we share with all the members, and we did insist a lot on the importance of cooperation and collaboration, the essence of the club within the members, but within also the broader community of the public development banks, the finance in common system. And to end this and to fill maybe the metaphor by Stefan, and to keep being on the soccer side, I really think that yes, we will win the second half, because we are above the national disparities. We are one team fighting against climate change. So thank you very much. Now it's time for the cocktail, and enjoy it. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you.